Okay, Facebook goes live. YouTube follows. Twitch is going to be last as usual. Let's get started. So it's still not afternoon, but let's call it good afternoon. So I believe it's Friday. So let's finish the week with a stream. I think the last stream was last Saturday. It's been a busy week with conference calls and working things out with the GitHub, new developer, changing workflow sort. So I think last time we were looking at creating issues. It's become much more clear that we should work on a bit, visual design, which will actually help us see how we can work some of these things out from a game design perspective. So um, sometimes they kind of go hand in hand. Design doesn't necessarily mean it's visual design, but designing things visually sometimes lets you see that game design angle that you might have missed. I think an important part of today's stream will be spent on player inventory and buying, or more like browsing something, buying something, something like that. So we already have the basics of market view. Kind of we got it started here, but let's find the in-game prototype. Because we've already done something, and just make it a little bit better in the visual design. So we have kind of like a catalog browsing functionality. Um, this list is not matching with the categories here, but that's so we'll actually make this look better. Also do the part where we are now buying this item from multiple manufacturers. So that's going to be the inventory, the marketplace thing. In Fireworks a while ago, I had already started better look for this area. I'll actually replicate this in Figma today. That way I can share this with the developer. That doesn't just stay a static file in my hard drive. Sure, we could share this over GitHub, but why not do things in the browser? Well, I'll just keep this open for now for quick reference, but this is what we will try to create and other elements as well. And this might have been, was it like a month ago, maybe more than a month ago? We had already looked into this state here for the buttons. We actually have components page here where we were designing the states of a button. So this was something new I had to learn in Figma. So to be designed the state like the normal state, pressed, hover, and disabled, and in this frame, I think, or say actually they are just all part of the component. So when this component is used somewhere else, such as here, it's the button component, and now we can actually access its states. These are all the same buttons. So it's all the same button, but this finance button is disabled. Let's turn it into a normal button. Now we can actually do this quickly. Okay, so the final decision I think yesterday was to take these two buttons out of here. Let's actually copy one of them. They're going to need Uh, I don't use Figma that often. Is Control D going to duplicate it? It did, and duplicate it in place. That's good. Let's change the name for this button. I think we'll call this market. How do we change the? I remember doing it here. Fireworks and here. I think we do it by expanding the the text underneath and hit T. Okay, call this market. Okay, it's also gonna here. It's gonna see. So now let's move these two guys out of the way. I want to turn on those icons that I worked on a month ago. These will be the main sections of a marketplace. Actually, no, this is the main section for the planting. So perhaps something like this. Here brings it. Close, that's it. And then I'll just zoom out. Now I can either keep these two buttons here, like a tab, but at the bottom. Maybe this one should be pressed. We could change how it looks later. This should also look. Basically, these three icons will go here. Did I already come up with some kind of... Does it even matter at this point? If possible, I would like to make the height of lines or the titles so that no title is cut off in the middle. This is the most basic component. Let's rephrase that. This is the default component in Godot. So given a list items and an arbitrary height that I must have set, kind of see like the top end of this item here. That will all change how we are designing it. Let's this already kind of looks like half. Two of these is covering like whole height here. So it's 128 by 128. I believe we will have 3 sections. Okay. We go for 64, then times 3. It's going to be 192-ish. I think I already picked something a lot bigger. 270 like. We'll go maybe 80 pixels for now. So the matching pixels. Pixels 2. I think this is where I had the problem, right? Yeah, the color was off and I was trying to do filter work. Maybe we'll bring in these assets from somewhere else. I don't think with the effects, we can actually create this sort of double color effect. Double goes first, then if this is going to fit into 270 with a bit of padding, let's see what is the padding. It's 246 here, 258, so that's like 6 pixels padding. I kind of like that padding. So let's stack these things up. Actually, let's go 100% zoom first. This is the zoom to fit, so I think 0 is going to give us percent. Okay. I think those icons are still too big. Let's get them down to 72. Will Control Y repeat the action? Something like redo. It redo. Control Y. Why are you not doing it? 72. Y. Other applications, but I don't know better. So also going to be some kind of an arbitrary area here. So let's look at this 246. Okay, that's actually kind of working out because let's duplicate this. Smaller. What am I trying to do? So it's 72. Make this 78. Something is shaping up in my mind. Describe it better once I make more. If I hit X, what will happen? Hoping it would actually swap these two. The fill color will be this green color. Stick this here. Let's pick a different color so it doesn't have stroke. Fill has to change to this. Now we have to zoom in a bit. Perhaps this is not the time to have stroke. Okay, I see the stroke of the big rectangle. Why am I seeing some kind of gradient effect? There's something that ah, and because this thing has a stroke of 1 pixel and this one doesn't, so effectively this is 240. 1 pixel down. But I guess when it says 1, it's really kind of spread out in the middle, so it's actually 2. So how are you spreading out the stroke center? So my half point was correct. Instead of center, now this math out 244, 1 down. Let's try to position these guys. My goal so far is to have this guy occupy maybe 80 pixels width. It's as if there is actually a divider here. And 80 for this. For this. With a bit of padding, it's going to add up to 244. Let's see. I think this is too close to the top. So let's mark those 80 pixel lines. This. Let's have a black line. So it's Y783, so this should be 683. No, 783 plus, yeah, 683. Sorry, 863. Duplicate it. Can we actually do math here? Do, so now we have to visually balance these things out. Except this guy, everything looks good. Yeah, let's take them a bit. I think I need to move this one. I think. Anyhow, let's for them this. So, and also let's add this to the batch too. Sorry, centered. This is not exactly centered. It's balanced. Now, if I move this out of the way, may need some kind of let's select these things again. Okay. I did not do the left alignment. Something like this. Then I think we need this, but rotated. Here, there's a shortcut for enabling the rotation. How do we can also do clockwise rotation. Object, mostly state, right. Shift 244 done. User, you have to go away. So we are kind of looking at something like this. Now, color is of course too harsh. Stroke color will be this color. Let's do was it 0? Oh, okay. Um, let's make you 240. So down. Perhaps we've been going with 6 pixels, so 1, 2, 4, 4, this should be 364. So did another 4, 832. Something like this. Don't exactly look like buttons, but it's something. We'll put some kind of a background thing that has a color. Let's try to get the color. I don't think that color exists in my palette yet. So let's paste it. Done. So that is going to be the background color. Something like this. I think you need to be uh, it was 1 pixel. Just thinking how I'm going to do this in Godot using this. So most likely this vertical divider, it will be the H separator or V separator. And the buttons, this button's size will be, yeah, let's just make it, if I do 80 though, then everything is, let's go for 80. That is the button. Move it. So because you moved 2 pixels to the right, everything shifts. Let's do it this way. Okay. Something like this. I think this moved too much. It should move 1 to compensate this center location. Now this actually is creeping over this area. That is going to be another divider. So let's move this 80 down. See how it's going to look. This has to be 1 down too. So then another 80. Duplicate. It's going to be that. We are 2 pixels off. It explains because, yeah. Now what I'm going to do, going to take this down to 244. We'll be in good shape. 244. Okay, then this has to come down to 56. Then all of you, 0, all of you will come down 2 pixels. So this is essentially when the section is selected. This is how it's going to look. These two will now go away. We are under planting selection. Okay, we have a bunch of here. Let's see, kale, potato, tomato varieties. That's where we are now design-wise. Can I actually do this? Copy, right? Paste. Okay, that's good, but it's not. It's also ignoring the transparency. That's not. Can we copy them individually to keep the transparency? It still did not. It's not good. Okay, paste again. Put it here. The point is though, see on white surface it'll look okay, but when I export this, what will happen? Find out. Export image 1. Leaf. It's not a leaf button, but let's call it leaf button. Export leaf button is PNG. Interestingly enough, this is close enough to what I'm expecting to see. Let's see, it did not keep the transparency. Let's check this in the file system. I think we can do that by opening it in. Yeah, let's open it here. Yeah, it did not keep the transparency, which is a problem. I think I have the original of this, the vector somewhere. I'll bring it in and then just change the color. For now, this is good enough. Let's stick this here, so it's going to be 64. Sense to do it this way. You can already see that the size is off as well. Okay. Oop, wrong tab. Okay. Onto the list. Kale, potato, tomato. Now, I believe that there's always some kind of divider here. Let's check the theme for tree component. Godot. That might be under planting panel. Where are you? You are actually use the tree component. We can customize a bunch of things. Let's actually expand this area so we can see. Custom button pressed. Title button normal. Custom button. So this is like if you have a custom button. I'll try to interpret the ones that I know for sure. Because there are a lot simpler components that I can talk about, but say if we were editing a panel component, we've yeah, start. Okay. The panel property of panel components. This is where you assign the background color. You say flat, then here you can pick a color. Okay? So they could have labeled this as background too, but it's too generic a name, so you're essentially changing the look of the panel. So that's why it's called panel. So let's cancel this. Now, for other components like a button, you're essentially handling how the button is going to look in different states. normal state, in press state, that sort of thing. Now, when another component has multiple buttons, they can't just be labeled, simple as like hover. Say for this, you have a custom button component, but you also have the normal button component. It's part of this component. That's why the list looks like there is a lot of repetition here, but it's essentially different parts. Maybe in the future they may group these things so that all the custom button ones are kind of packed together. And this background is only changing this background, like panel. We can do it like this. So that's essentially what we are going to use when we carry our design from Figma. It's going to look white or sort of transparent, whatever the background is for the main panel. It will be see-through. To do it see-through, actually this is what we do. Just do an empty one so that you see through, which means let's go to panel. Where's the panel? This background flat. Let's make it red. Too harsh. Okay, like this. Now, if this box is not empty, but it's just default, then you're going to see its default gray background. That's how you do it. Empty being it's just transparent. There is something, but you're not defining anything. It's essentially empty. So that's what we will do. So we just have to figure out which parts we can edit. There's one of those giant machines out there, so it seems like I'm yelling. I hope you're not hearing the machine, but it's loud enough that I have to raise my voice. Okay, we know what the background does. And I wish these were grouped because what grouping can we do here? There's the custom button. The custom button. There's title button. We've already taken care of custom button state. There's the cursor. Title button done. Selected focus. Now I see selected here too. I'm already guessing what that selected is because I've already done the programming of like what happens to it once you select some titles. There is the background focus. Well, it's just a simple background. Custom button, we've handled that. There's just a button. Button could be pressed. When you leave it like this button pressed, is there any other is pressed? The item cell mode custom cell and so. Okay, see some of these items in the tree, sometimes you say the cell is not going to render text, but I think a button. This is defining how those buttons will look. Custom button. Selected items. Okay, this is the right case. Title button. Okay. Button. So I'll just write down here button. This only comes with its pressed state. Let's check the icons too. There's the arrow. I'm going to make another list here. Arrow. Up, down. either checked or unchecked. Arrow could actually be collapsed. So there's up down, there's checked unchecked. There's select arrow. Fonts are just for rendering. That's going to be a whole other issue. Colors. What I actually want to investigate for now is this line in between titles, because we have something like that here. It's a darker gray than the background color. So one of these might be that guide color. Color of the guideline. It might be. Let's change it to red or blue. We may have to render this again. Yes. So the guide color is that. Okay, guide color is important for us. Of course, another important thing will be, I can see that guide color or the guide itself indented. But in this design, sorry, I'm still transferring it, so I should look here. Um, they are snapped to the edges. Now we already made a change here. It's not snapped to the top and the bottom. There's a bit of gap. We'll see. Maybe this will look ugly and we'll change it. But either way, if we want to snap the guide to the left, can we actually do that? I actually want to try something else. Can we stick? I don't think you can manually put something under tree and render it here. Can stick two labels under? What happens? What? In fact, you can. They kind of look awkward though. I see. Okay, let's not investigate something new. We have a tree. We have a guide color. Title button color. Let's change this to a horrible green. Uh, did you do it? You didn't. Title button color. There is no such thing as title, I suppose. Relationship line color. Change yourself to some bizarre color. Let's also, okay, let's pick font color as well. Something like this. Render. font color is basically the color we want to see in the title. That's good. I cannot see title button color. I can see relationship line. I don't even know what they are. Relationship lines. Let's go down to tomato that actually has multiple items under. Draw position. Font color selected. Okay, so constants. I think I'm approaching that part where I may be able to get rid of this margin here, which is going to be the draw guides, because that was, what was it? We did guide color, okay? Draw guides. Draws the guidelines, if not zero. This acts as a boolean. The guideline is a horizontal line drawn at the bottom of each item. Okay, let's zero this in. Let's re-render. Sometimes it does pick up, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, the fact that it's zero, it doesn't draw anything. I think this is maybe the thickness, yes. Maybe. After one, it did not do anything. But it also said it acts like a boolean, so it's either there or not. So it's either zero or one. Age separation. Start of an item when folding is disabled. Let's try this again. Um, this tree may have multiple columns. I think this age separation is the division between the separation between two columns. Row relationship lines. Okay, so let's do one. I see. That's the pink color we picked. So then if we go down to tomato, we'll see three of those. Okay. Interesting. Interesting indeed. The goal here is that I want to discover what I can customize so that I don't end up designing realize in Godot. Horizontal space between each button in a cell. Let's do something. Can't tell. Okay. This is about that button when the cell mode is a button, which is not. Item margin might be maybe what I need. You are not needed. You maybe need. Hmm. Okay. Which kind of fixed the guideline too. So let's not draw the relationship line. Those arrows in our design will be on the right side. Title. Okay. See, I can design how the arrow is going to look like, but can I move the arrow to the right of the screen? That even is setting here. Allow reselect. No, that's not it. Instance. The thing is, when I set the item margin to 0, the expanded items were also aligned to the left. We will want them to be indented. This item margin, we may be able to handle it under styles because it may consider this as a title. Let's say title button normal. Let's pick a flat style with a abysmal color here. This actually has its own margin settings. Let's see. Did nothing. Let's read about this tree item. This is the help we are actually getting. Tree item cell mode custom. Cell contains a string. This is the default mode. Or it's a checkbox. That's why we saw a checkbox here in styles. Where is it? Selected or not. Could be an icon too. Custom one. I think this custom is handling this custom button. So at some point we need to set the cell mode, tree cell mode. Set cell mode, okay. Sets the given column cell mode to mode. See tree cell mode column. It's reading. Yeah, and if a cell mode is checkbox, then you just say check that column or not. Cursor. Style box used for the cursor when the tree is being focused. You can actually just it's here. Going to be yellow. Yeah, and this selected won't do what I want. Not the title selected. When it's checkbox. There's this default gray. If you consider it as a button, here's the proof. Whether it's yellow or not, we'll see. Clearly not. So this is when the cell mode is either a button, checkbox, something like that. The only thing here that could be useful for us is maybe the background, which will be an empty style. We've already covered title case, which the custom button is actually our cursor has nothing to do with just check the we just investigate the checked checkbox selected state or not. So all this is gonna go. So the arrow itself, could be a texture, which is okay. Let's try to load. I mean, I may even pick a noise texture here. It's kind of goofy. Say, let's make it like 12 by 12. Going to be very little, but okay. Let's see what happens with this noise texture. Here's the noise texture for the arrow. Question though, can we actually right align this? That's not how you right align it by changing the icon, how it's going to look. Because this doesn't hold position data, this only holds the render data. That kind of thing is usually handled under I think that this may be one of the few things that you can't do. Normally, there's a great deal of options. Okay, the best thing I can do for now is play with these. However, I think I may have to investigate the custom tree item. We're already checking that here. Custom. So you render your own custom cell. And that custom cell will be a label, a button, part of HBox, so that they are actually positioned the opposite way. Because right now the arrow is always coming on the left side with the default options. I'm just going to investigate a basic option with the like basic style with the current data. And if you can have text on the left, arrow on the right, then I'll know that we can actually have, you know, better chance to accomplish this. How can we now render a custom set cell mode? I don't think it's something you assign here. That's just the general theme, which will be important later when we do more overall design. Set cell mode, cell mode. Set the given column cell mode to mode. So we already have tree item here. It's tree. Okay. Tree is that. I don't think we need to do that every time we display the group. That's something you kind of do at the beginning, right? Tree, set cell mode. Is the tree even of type tree? How it is? Uh, um, but you actually, I see. The tree item itself has the method. Tree item is exactly where we are binding that data, right? Which means, I see, tree item. So the child itself is going to have, see, set cell mode, column 0, custom. Next question is, this returns nothing, but what does it actually render? When we look for modes, cell mode, get cell mode, set cell mode. But cell mode, okay. Where things get interesting. You do something like our cell mode, because it's not something you. It's an enum, so it's not a class. When we do this, what happens? Pretty much nothing. So when you say custom, you set the text. So anything we can do after set mode. Gives you the tree cell mode. What can you do with it? Just actually value, the enum. You'll get value between 0 and 4. The item. Just arbitrarily I'll investigate theme, new theme, default font and such. We don't really need that. Edit the theme. It's bigger. Where's the tree component? Here's the tree component. Stuff like this. Okay, here's an editable item. Perfect. Subtree, check item. Could even have things like this. Awesome. Normally you don't have this, so this is like the custom view, I think. So now we can add a plus item. There's the tree. It's not helpful. This is the same class list anyway. Say we need a spin box, then and you customize how it looks. This is how it's going to look here. It's up down. Let's go for that. Let's try to load something like for the. There's a spin box here. Okay, that's what this icon is. See, you change it up and down. That's actually how. We still did not change the look of this spin box because that's actually custom tree item. How do you actually change tree item in the theme editor? Going to expose the same thing. Hmm. Worst case scenario, we write our own component. Okay, let's forget about custom theme. Um, can we at least find this arrow, which is an icon, right? Let's try to add a noise texture again, 1212. Okay, simplex noise, this F5. Let's take this down. Okay, can we add some space between the title and the arrow? If the arrow is always going to be on the left, we can incorporate that into our design, but let's at least have some decent look of it. You can also do what is going to be displayed when it's collapsed, that sort of stuff. That's fine. But the spacing is a different concern. That might be under constants, scroll border. I don't think it's that. Item margin. We actually checked this when it was 0. If everything was sort of snapped, wasn't it? But see, that's the thing, right? So if it's 0, everything is under the arrow. So if this is 10, okay, so we have some flexibility. Maybe sweet numbers 22. Maybe. And I think this will be important too. Let's make this 5. Okay, everything is a bit roomier. Holy. Okay. This draw guides, let's also make it 0. Let's pick a color for those guide color. Let's make it red. Okay. So we are getting somewhere there. Why did you just... You were okay just a second ago. Guide color. Oh, draw guides, okay. See, that always starts... That always aligns with the title. Title button font. Just going to... Do I have font information? Don't. Let's make a sort of a dummy case dynamic font. Here's the font. Regular. Yes. Size is this. Outline is this. Extra spacing. I think this is maybe where I'll kind of create a false margin. I don't think it's this title button, but maybe... Okay, this is also going to be the font. Yeah, I can already see the difference. That's Source Sun Pro. Extra spacing. Top, bottom. Hmm. Yeah, this is just how the font is going to render, but not where it's going to render. Title button normal. Let's go with a flat, which actually gives you some options here. First, make this bluish, more like purple, because I think the guideline is blue, right? Or actually, guide is red now. Anyway, title button normal is if I if I'm able to render one of these colors here, then I may be able to play with these values to adjust the margins. Could it be background? As if it's for the whole tree though, when the control is not being. We're kind of looking for the tree item styles. May not be exposed here. Selected. Yeah, sometimes I'm not sure if it's picking it up or not. The way this looks, um, ah, okay, selected, selected. I click somewhere else, like this. Actually went back to the normal state. I see. Title button normal. Title button pressed. Gotcha. Let's render. Title. Um, so you were rendering it when it was selected. So then selected focus should also render it. Let's disable this. Yeah, this is actually closing it. That's why. Let's do this. Select and deselects it. Let's create. Let's make this unique. Let's change this color to yellow. Let's render you. Here is this, which is then selected focus. Okay. Aha. For a good second, it. Ooh, I actually programmatically deselect things, which kind of removes the selected state. But we never get to see it. That makes sense. However, either this or this, and margin. That's something you can content margin. I think this is where we are able to do. This is actually -1 means there's like pick the default value. For the purple. See, okay, this expand margin is actually handling that left margin, this margin. But this is only handling the background, not how the text is going to run. You know, this is going to sound awkward, but if I'm able to change how far left, right, whatever, these titles will draw, I can actually push them to the left. So then the title will be buried under the arrow. But using the same logic, if I set a really high left margin value for the arrow may actually move here. Then we may be able to do this design. Now there's still going to be some kind of struggle with the dividers and such, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. So our next thing is to move the arrow. Mr. Arrow, you are unfortunately just an icon. You don't really have a margin for me. You're not marginal enough to speak. Custom icon. And none of the styles here is handling the arrow. Well, if we were, we would be able to do this work here, kind of. Here we are able to set textures. Here we are able to select style, one of which might be the texture. This could actually pick this. And if you're able to do this, then you can actually adjust the margin. But if you're only stuck at this level for the icons, then you cannot really do it, can you? Icon. Selected. Focus. This title button normal. Did this do anything at all? Let's make this unique and pick a greenish color. Okay. So now we have this, this, this. I am intentionally deselecting the title because clicking the title should only expand and collapse the group. So that was part of it. We actually do that here in when the tree cell is selected, we are actually we are either pulling the information itself or we are doing the collapse and expansion. So either way, it deselects itself. More specifically, this deselects itself. This keeps it selected to bring up the information. When I hit the title beat, I should only expand it but not bring in information. Only a sub item will bring it. That is actually much more meaningful in this case. Expanding tomato should not do anything, but clicking the varieties should do. Either way, I am not able to see this title button normal state. Now, in any case, maybe there is never a title button normal because maybe we are always investigated in hover or the pressed. So I'm just going to move that one to here and title button hover, and let's test this. None of this is good. And I think this button case is what I'm describing as a clickable thing. This is, although it looks clickable, it's essentially a string, which makes me think that this is essentially a label component. That's why you're able to do margin settings here and there. But once again, arrow is our problem. Usually the constants give you that flexibility. Button margin. That's again when you have things. I think what I may investigate, the last resort for now, is this. This component knows that it has arrows because that's why it put it under custom icons, right? Somewhere in the script, tree component kind of knows that it has arrows. Can I access just generally like arrows? Can I read their position information? If I can, maybe I can force them render at the right side. Get icon. It's a texture. But again, this is a texture, so it's not position information. Returns the given column's icon texture. Error if no icon is set. What if we pretend to have an icon, but we just rendered invisible? We have two columns, and the right column is only for rendering the... Interesting. Interesting. Let's make this an empty texture. Can we even do that? We actually remove icons. What if we have an empty texture? Just this. But just because custom icon is checked and this is empty, what is going to happen? Default. As soon as you hit this, yeah, it will. Could create a transparent texture. It's weird, but image texture. Image is blank. There is no image. Let's try this. And that's your invisible arrow. Arrow when it's selected or expanded. The collapse ones should also have no thing. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Okay, now can we render another column just for the icons, but only the main groups will have icon. We don't want to render icons here. It's an interesting solution to a particular problem. So I don't quite know how to render a custom item in for the tree item. There's the selection, set custom mode, set cell mode to custom, but then how do you assign a custom? Maybe the answer is actually simple. I was able to do this. This is where I'm actually only setting the text, but I'm not. Okay, I'm creating an item, but what if it's only expecting an object? What if that object was a custom? I'll grab some water and try that before I go the way. Adding a second column to this tree just for the sake of rendering an arrow, because when you add a column, that's usually for rendering data. So I don't want to mix visual concerns with data, just information. So I'll be back soon. try to render some custom item. Okay. Okay, so let's create the most basic, which is what? Just a label. And basically, it's a HBox, like I was saying. Let's create a scene. This is going to be a HBox, and this is going to be now. If I say custom tree item, we may have different tree item components in this game with different styles. So I'll call this market tree item for now. This will have a label. And this is going to be, it could stay label, I don't care. This is going to have something like kale. This should also have texture rect, which is responsible for the arrow. Now, for rendering the arrow, we can either have the right looking arrow or the down looking arrow. For now, I'm going to render it post texture as usual. 1212 sequence. Going to be just simply, and I think at some point you rendered yourself big silly thing. Okay, you too, sir. Shame on you taking that space. Now, under normal conditions, this tree item should take as much space as possible. So I should actually make this full rect. I think for the time being, I'll choose top wide. The only difference here is the only thing that will make the right difference right here is the size flanks expand so that both things can expand. But then only the title should expand really. This, okay. So essentially, it's like this. So the title should take as much space as possible. We can later fuss with the height here or the padding and such. We may as well do that actually with this. Let's see. I think that was line spacing, right? Yeah. But line spacing when you have multiple lines. This is when you set the font and you do. Okay, let's make it like 40 pixels. Going to cover it. Size, minimum size, 40 pixels. Done. That's what we can do. And this texture rect should also be string center. Done. Okay. So here's your market tree item. Scenes, the tree item. Now, in the planting panel script, I believe we need to initialize something here. Var market tree item is going to be something preloaded. Like this. So when we create this item child, let's run this and it's going to be exactly the same. Nothing has changed. Here, just a blank call. Instead of setting the text for actually we are creating an item, see root. We don't really know what that item is, which is actually this tree. This is going to be an object. With this call, we have to this call. This may fail. And what is bizarre to me is that how are you able to set the mode to custom only after you add some item that is custom anyway? This may fail horribly, but it did something. Okay, because now the text is not coming because there is no such thing as um, what's the line 67. Yeah, variant index will be null because we are not what is the selected item meta? Okay, because I was actually passing metadata. I was setting metadata somewhere. This is all weird anyway. So for now, we'll just return you. So clicking the title is expanding. So this part is done. Explain yourself part is not done. Because when we actually set those child parts, this metadata variant index is not set. Because this part is also. Now they may both fail. Interestingly enough, see, this arugula belongs to this arugula. This beans belongs to this beans. If you go all the way down to tomatoes, where we have 3 varieties, that's actually cool. There's this space here. As like an idiot, I actually have an empty create item folder. Okay. This is actually moving in the direction I'm imagining. So the expanding and other things are not quite working, but we are able to render everything. But is this because everything is defaulting, or am I actually rendering the tree item, the market tree item? That I don't know. Now, how can I know? Now, the way this looks, the font makes me think that I'm rendering, still rendering this. The fact that those text values are taken without any problem, and plus I don't get to see the arrow. Where is the arrow? This arrow. This little bit. Now let's actually change the size to as little as possible. Let's save this. Let's see it again. Let's see that, because yeah, as I'm suspecting, this is not essentially rendering my markets. This kind of adds an object and it kind of uses the text anyway. Now, if I do something like this, market tree item will have a node. Um, it's actually a pack scene, right? Because preload brings you what? A resource. That you oh, I do this sometimes. I am not creating an instance of it. Of course, what is it? What is it? Because I kind of expected something to fail, but when everything works, it's usually because it's defaulting. Okay, it's still not quite there, but now that we have an instance, now let's actually work on that instance. Say, um, it's all over the place, but I kind of need to create the instance. Then I need to add it to the scene, but also this is going to have a node inside, which is going to be labeled. This label's text will be this. Okay, so we shouldn't actually do this. Okay, right there. Now, I might see first. Save, run. Interestingly enough, something happened. So the bottom ones that are rendered in the case, you'll see the child rendering this part for loop. This canceling this and changing the label here, it did not work. It actually added something. Let's try to change the nodes value after the fact. We are able to add something though. Salmo 3 item cell custom. Collapse true. Whether it's true or not, it should still render something. What if you don't say it's custom? What is this really doing? The text. And without setting the text, sets the given column's text value. Set custom as button. No. Set cell mode. It's the given column cell mode to mode. Are investigating. Okay. Go into the is. Let's get. We are using this handful. I mean, handy method. Set icon. Set icon region. Sets the given columns icons. Picture region. That region is equal to. So if I say 0 when I'm rendering, I'm going to undo some of the stuff. Let's just go back to this is not apply. That is also going to be set. This is going to be, I think the best thing I can do at this point is to just ignore the discard the change from planting panel. Discard it. Bye bye. Reload. Done. Why? Oh, I discarded the scene change, not scripts. Okay, makes sense. Okay, I was confused. Like what? Where is the? Okay, this yeah, child. Has to be this. Makes me think that actually when I imported the custom item, this should have stayed child here as. That's why things were never bound under. The rendering was a problem, I agree, but then things didn't look grouped under their proper sections. That's because I actually I was binding it to the root still. That was a mistake, but the rendering was still an issue. Now, with the render, let's do right now the way this is going to render. Let's first render and then see the okay arrow. Perfect. Set icon region. For this, here's a rect2. Rect2. Okay, and how do you create a new rect2? You do position information and then size information, or x and y and width and height. So the position information will be some arbitrary value like, I don't know, 50 pixels to the right, 10 pixels. Let's actually call it a vector2. 50 pixels down, 10 pixels, and the size is going to be another vector2. Size will be, I don't know, 20 by 20. Let's see. I was hoping this error would actually run. Now, when we do this set icon region, sets the given columns icons texture region. Is this assuming that you have assigned a custom icon to it? It may very well be that. Custom icons. Let's do arrow. Our good old noise texture. Make this 2020. Excuse me. That's the icon for sure, 2020. Let's actually take this down to 12. So custom icon, arrow, nothing happens. Let's use select arrow, collapsed arrow. Icons, texture region. Set icon. Set icon. Sets the given columns icon. Well, in a sense, we are doing this through the interface. So I was hoping, given the fact that this texture is assigned to the icon, just want you to move that texture to a certain region. Do you want me to set this explicitly? Let's do that too. For pleasing the gods, let's say. Child set icon for 0. Here's a texture. We need a texture like noise texture. We'll prepare something here, say var. I think I have some stuff here, but it's just going to be noise texture with of the off, and I think it's going to be seamless is going to be true. Then anti noise will be open simplex noise here. I think we just left it default. Sure. Whatever is default, you are that. Here is your texture, sir. You should be happy now. And I think that may be the key. It did not pick this up. But it is actually drawing something. Okay, something is still looking fishy. Sets the given columns, icons, texture region. It's rect2. Where is the cost? Okay. I did this position and size. Oh, size. But then it kind of looks the opposite. Size is wrong. Position looks wrong too. Does it even make a difference? Apparently it kind of does. Oh, it also rendered this. Not only are you not really taking that over, you're also kind of taking it over when it's convenient for you. Shame on you. Okay, we'll most likely empty those things. That's fine. We actually looked into that. We had a uh, empty texture, right? We had that. An image texture that is empty. We actually have this case. Open one, it's empty now. Other bit is not changed. Something is not adding up here. The 1212 is good. This position information is not. What if you say 150? Some exaggerated value. What if you are exaggerated like 50? Just temporarily disabling this. And because I'm not ever setting the text, I'm not stuff. Group is the name. Sexual root. Set text 0. Group is the string there. Okay. Set icon region is. Oh, I think I kind of know what's happening. When we set the cell mode, the tree cell mode icon, that is the icon's range. Uh, icon's region, sorry. So, which brings us to the original statement. For rendering icons, it says if we need to open another column. I didn't want to. That word, I just said it. I didn't want to mix data concerns with presentation concerns. I think we may be at that point. Yep, I think this is the way we can do this. Tree cell mode. Because this is always going to set an icon, even though it's actually a text field-ish. But then you are never going to be able to position this unless, let's not set the text, or let's force this set cell mode to be an icon to test our theory. It's going to be an interesting case, but it proves our point. So this is 150 in X and 50 in Y, 12, 12. Now this 50 seems too much, and yet it still renders more or less fair. Maybe it actually does some kind of boundary check. This 150 seems correct. If I actually set this to 50, I bet it will move. Well, interesting enough, it's centered. Hmm. Swapped order. Okay, so we are able to render an icon. But it's ignoring the region information. Sets the given column's text alignments. See text align for possible value. Do you do this even if it's an icon cell type? It says if the icon cell type is always centering by default. Set text align. Left. And you don't. You suck. Columns. I think I'm going to have to add that second column. Getting a little bit ridiculous, but so add the text normally to the first column. Okay, that's your whatever the model text is coming from the keys. Then you are setting the first indexed cell mode to an icon. This is optional. I don't know. Assign the noise texture to that column. This we don't quite know what's doing. We may have to set the width of that second column. And depending on whether something is collapsed or not, we'll have to change that icon. That is going to be an interesting. Let's at least render this, which is good, kinda. The way this position now works, or doesn't, to see now. Let's make this I don't know, 15 by 15 in X and Y. We don't even know if it's actually working. You can see, oh, I'm doing it for, I think it always ignores that. So then if, the way it even looks, that it divided the tree in half. Here's where all the text could fit, and it actually centered the icon in the other column. Um, Means, oh, this is where I get in trouble. Don't type the right column index there. Still didn't do anything. Let's set the icon after we set the region. None of that works. So how do we adjust the width of columns? Child set column out set icon max width. I remember seeing something. Sets the given column's icon's maximum width. Thank you. Okay. Set on max width. On between. This is not working because it's not text. I'm not even sure if this is working anymore. One thing at a time. And that set icon max width didn't do anything. Ah, aha. I was right. It's half half. You can always make it not selectable. That's not my concern. But the fact that it's double columns is a problem. Is a problem because instead of handling one click with the title now, you have to funnel two clicks into the same method. Okay, I think this is where I'm drawing the line, ironically enough. And I'm going to assume that the arrow will always be on the left. We can style it, we can give it a bit of margin, we can move the text to the right a bit, that's fine. But moving the arrow in a way that looks like this for the time being is just too difficult to do. Uh, so when we have more time, we can investigate, but we'll see. We'll see. So, so what items do we have? Could just be some arbitrary names. Let me group these things so that it's not gonna get in the way. Select all this and then deselect this. Let's group it. You guys are Um, QR categories, express. Actually, they are not categories, are they? They are categories, either equipment or planting. They are groups. Because under planting we have, yes, they are group. They are essentially a market group. Okay, that's it. Done. These are all the 6 buttons or 7 buttons. That's fine. We have a rectangle here, which is that. We have the following 2 rectangles and a game area. As simple as possible. Now let's create the 3 items. We are going to need some kind of rectangle. We do that by this guy, rectangle. Something like this. Let's do this, zoom out. We're going to need text for sure. It's going to read tomato. I think Source Sun Pro is what we might go for right now. That's fine. There's all Source Sun Pro as well. Yep. Left align. 36. It's fine. Let's look at the longest text we have. Let's also get rid of this madness, which did not serve us. I think I'm going to discard all the changes I have made to this. Lock reset. Okay, that's not good. It's locked. Bye. Discard. Did not match any file market tree. Oh, I have. I see. I actually should remove this. Should discard the other ones. Done. All the changes. Okay, today is May 14th. So now, the longest item, or as I can remember, market tree can't open. Yeah, of course. Got rid of it. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's what Jordan did. I'm trying to make this look pretty right now. So we have cauliflower, colored greens. That may be the longest item name. And now we have super Italian pesto. Of course, this has to be indented. So let's 12 pixels. Center these. So let's keep in mind, we are either going to have empty arrows or some kind of arrow. try to come up with for the for the arrow. We can actually pick a different arrow design. It doesn't have to be a triangle. Do you actually offer triangle like polygon? Okay, okay, like that. You are a bit too big. We'll make you 16 with this color. Let's rotate you 90 degrees. Yes. Okay, and I don't think I'm going to indent the children because this is creating that white space that if this is indented, it's then too much. Here, I indented it because then there was really no separation. The fact that arrow is going to be here already gives us that. We have super Italian paste, red robin, so let's also write those things down too. Uh, red robin. Okay. So that's, I think it was mountain something. Mountain, definitely not deer. Mountain merit. Mountain, okay. Over here. Uh, Most likely I need to pick a decent line height for these, but for now distribute them evenly. Okay. Let's take this line, copy it, get out of this market group, click here, paste, move yourself here, sir. That's another divider. Yeah, we may have to merge these two. I think I did it 6, right? 1, 6, yeah. Now 12 more, so that's 44. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have to fix that one too. There's some kind of like sub selection now. We have to do it. 242. So on. Okay, go with this for now. Tomato, and this guy is going to think we did this. Done. Yeah. Okay. Now this is selected. Copy paste. We said there is going to be some kind of divider in between things. Now that divider might just be white or transparent so that actually you see through. But this, so if the height is, what is it, 36? 6. Then you should all be 36 apart. I don't think you could type that in. What does tidy? Okay, I think it tidy up means it takes as little space as possible between items. Does it? Don't know. At the very least, they should actually be 36 apart. So that when another one of these is down here, except this has to move 1 pixel down because of it should be 37 down. And that is 904. Whoa, seems too much. Let's try. But maybe it's not. That's it. So we need another light. Ooh, the font size is just too big. Okay, just answering a quick message. Yeah, I think that the font is a bit big. Speaking of which, could we turn those things into components as well? I think it makes the most sense. Let's say this component is create components. This is going to be called market item normal. See, we have two market items. We have the title market items, Godot three item definition point of view, and the market item. I call the other one header. title, then just the market item. Okay, let's call this market item, but its state is normal. But we actually handle all those state changes in its component definition. This by itself is a market item. I think we did something like this here. We mark these things as, yeah. So can I have to remember what I did here and how I was able to bring a button component into my UI page, because these things are handled here beautifully. Yeah, components button. So can I now cut this? Move to page, components. And here, how did I do this? Say the button states, and these state names variant, add new variants. And we just designed them. Let's see. Okay, kind of getting there. Normal. Huh? I mean, once I remember this, we'll crank through a lot of components. We'll have item lists, we'll have drop down stuff, variants, description. Did I even write a description for button? I did not, and I don't need a variant. Okay, cool. Okay, default. Your name should be normal, and your name should be there's going to be more. There is always going to be more. It's the property one, and I think that was these are the values, but the variant itself is for button. What did I call it? Is state. Could be in either state. Okay, so this is actually state, and that state is what is exposed to here. This is the key. This is the value. Getting the hang of it. So let's move you, sir. Okay. We may have to add a new property, not a variant. Property name we will have selected or pressed. Ooh, quite so. It's still a variant of state, because when I did the other one, I think it was the example they were showing. I think it was a checkbox or some other kind of button that is you create combinations of things, because when you have two modes, let's say it's the cardinal, the number of possible options, that kind of thing. State. Anyway, this is actually pressed. Whereas Godot terminology goes. So now we have these, add new, and disabled. Now, I don't think we'll have disabled, because If the game already knows it's disabled, it's not going to offer it to you. So let's actually remove that. Indeed, it did not. It. Never mind. There's no normal. Okay, maybe it's level. Anyhow, in its normal state, it may look lighter than this. It may have to look lighter than this color. Hmm. Something like this. Okay. When it's hover or pressed, then it should look like this. Font is too big. Font has to be. Where is the font? It should actually be a normal thing. You can do semi-bold. Maybe 16. Okay. Are you centered, sir? I think you are. You are centered. Can we copy properties? We sure can. Now let's do text and paste those. Control Alt V. Maybe for these two, instead of semi-bold, we'll do. This is it. Now we go back to the UI area. We did that for Mountain Merit. Okay. So instead of having these, I just lock this one up. Let's group you guys. Get you out of the way. Now I need to bring in components. And how did I do that the first time with these buttons? Right click anywhere, create components. Did you? Let's create components. Ooh, I think it actually turned the game area into a component. Don't want that. Want to bring a component, and how do we do that? It's going to add a new page here, object, not that. If we have a components page, can we right click this and say, not move to page, but create assets? Okay, there you go. Local components, mountain merit. It's a market item. Just drag and drop this. Beautiful. Approach. That's the 1 pixel off. Snap here. Okay. Now that may not look much, the coloration, but it is actually. Now we'll duplicate this. I wish it actually did it and copied it again, because I don't think it does. So this one is going to be in its press state, and its text will be so that it's going to read, say, sleds or super Italian paste. You are going to be that, and you are going to be sleds. These are not ordered alphabetically. That's fine. Perfect. It's just color is subtle, but it's not. If needed, we can now put a darker separator between two things. We can also, due to the fact that this is a component, we can now play with the font size. We just need to turn this into a component as well. Lunchtime is approaching soon. Let's pick an arbitrary time. 7 minutes. Meantime, let's turn this into 7 minutes. Let's investigate lunch options. So it's now going to turn into a component, and this component will be market item header, more like title. In the game terminology, it's a model. That's still a technical name though. Market item title header. Header this. You should move yourself to, where are you? We are going to have a variant. Variant will be either, we'll actually have three variants. We'll have hover as usual. We'll have default as normal, and we'll have a third one which is going to be pressed. I don't think it added. See, when I do add new, it did this last time too. It doesn't add anyone. Keeps what are you doing? It kind of starts good, then it kind of fucks up. Pressed. I think these names are really property one. Okay. You are going to be hover. You are going to be normal. And this property should be labeled as state. Should move you right here. I think your text is too big, and I wish I was smart enough to actually do this in one and then duplicate. Oh well. As text, where are you? You are going to be bold, but maybe 16 per 16. Okay. I think it was Control Alt C, Control Alt V. Good. Now, this, when it's selected, in the normal phase, this rectangle is, this could be a bit lighter. Is this the same one? It is. Let's make you normal, a little bit lighter color. Now, when it's like this, let's go back to the UI and we'll Bring in market item header right there. This is actually the normal state. Let's duplicate this. 0 to zoom out. This is gonna go down here. I'll adjust the spacing. This is going to be what do we have? Turnip. You are turnip. Oh, like that. Also, one thing I forgot, the fact that once you are in hover, you are still going to be like this, but only when it's pressed, you have to rotate. Like that. So now when you are selected, is pressed. Okay. Let's position you better. Okay. Now we can have one more of items. After turnip, we have zucchini. Mr. Zucchini. There. And now we can discuss how to fit these things. Because if the height of those items are okay, everything will fit fine. But it's 1 minute to the arbitrary time that I set to check the launch situation. Let me go and investigate the launch options, and then depending on the situation, I will either stop or pause the stream. I'll update you soon. Lunch is warming up. In 5 minutes, I will pause the stream and go and eat, and then continue afterwards. I think the font size could be smaller. Too big. I may have the dumbest question right now. Could we make a component out of a component? If this text is a component, if I change the size, it will update in everywhere. Should I just use one? semi-bold 15, right? Let's do this, this, this. You are bold 16. The other one is semi-bold 15. This may be 15 bold. That's fine. Perhaps between semi-bold and bold, whatever difference we have, that should be enough. And also, you guys are a little bit big. You know, maybe you should be 32. And of course, when I do that, do you actually stretch the text or do you smart repositioning? How can we know that? If we do this 18, I think it's smart. Okay, good. So this 32, it's a mixed batch. Let's do 32. I like it. I like it. Okay, so 32, 2. We may have to play with this more. So we have gone down to 32 from 36. That means everything up by 4 pixels. We are right there to move those things up. So you should later. I'll actually investigate this evenly position stuff, but 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. I'm only concerned about the font size, right? Or we could just do a simple math. We know the total height of this area. Question always is whether we want that divider or not. Because if we have the divider, it's going to have some color, either white or something else, and without the divider, it's going to look like this. Kind of looks like you need that negative space, some kind of color, which always adds +1 to the calculation. So what was the height I set for this? Are you that? What are you? This one? This one is. You are 244. What a bizarre number. So you will have X number of rows times the height plus the height of the dividers plus the height of divider is always 1 pixel, but you will have always one fewer divider. So it's going to be x minus 1 times 1. That should add up to 242. Good. It's writing an equation here. So we have to figure out some kind of number that the multiplication is 245. So needless to say, this has to be divisible by 5. If it was 250, it would be like 50 times 5. I think it's around this time that brain needs fuel, and I'm going to uh, eat something and then think of a magical value, which is going to be the total height of items with respect to having a divider in between that adds up to the total height of this panel. That's going to have to be done after the break. Yes, sir. And let's do that math. Fitting stuff in. Now this kind of has nothing to do with the font size yet, or like the height of those items. The fact that we have an arbitrary 244 is the size is sort of making things hard. Let's maybe try another arbitrary number for a piece of chocolate. Let's see. So it's clear. Sorry, mouthful. We are going to have 5, 7, 7 or 8 items within. So let's imagine the 8 items scenario. So if it's going to be 8 items, it's going to be roughly 30 tall, so that it's up to 240. Now we did not account for the in between cases. Now I am not 100% sure. You know, with the default options in Godot, when we played with this draw guides, I think it either turns it off for all of them. It's like either there or not. So you cannot really do custom, like say, design. Let's save the division, the guides between the main titles, but not between the sort of the expanded view. If we turn it off, but try to create the effect of a divider with the border bottom, 1 pixel, which still makes it problematic because then we have a different number of different like height information for an arbitrary number of items here. Say this will be like always 1 pixel less. So no. Let's assume that we have a fixed height for the titles as well as the items. I think the math is simple. We set the height to 31. We have 8 items. Puts us in 248. Right now we are 4 pixels short. If I increase this 4 pixels, then I have to move these items 2 pixels. This one to the top, this one to the bottom. That actually fits. So let's actually do that. 248. 48. Because I moved the 4 pixels down. Also have to move this guy 4 pixels down. 260. Now both of you will up 4 pixels. Awesome. And then these guys are, first of all, you are going to move 2 pixels up because you are compensating halfway. Then let's, with ungrouping, let's try to 1, 2, then you have to move 2, then you have to move 1, 2 up, done. Uh, the height is kind of awkward, but at least it's balanced. For now, you have to be 31. We'll go here. We'll make you rectangle 31. U31. U31. Go back to UI. You have to put you up here for pixels that check out. We have not fixed this height issue here. Let's also check here. It's hard to select it, but it's going to be 240. That we have not done that for the line here. That should also be 248. Okay. Now let's add one more item because we said 8 item, right? For tomato, what else could we have? Could have you know what I'm noticing? Why is this 32? This is 1, this is 32, this is 31, 31. Oh, I see. Your frame is also. But now that I change your frame to 31, I think you also, yeah, it was a dangerous precedent. Yeah, because the frame acts like sort of the cutoff. Also smarten up this. Y. 1. Let's duplicate you. Let's put you before tomato. For tomato, we may have okay. Down, up, here. Let's lock you again. Select all of you. I believe you selected 8 items. 4 here, 4 here. Now we should do the distribution. I did something wrong. Close enough. Where did I do this one? You are 248 in. Something clearly doesn't add up. No kidding. It's up too much. Why? 31 times 8 is 248. I understand that I'm actually off 1 by pixel because I am not accounting for gap. That might be it. So really check that. 3. Go back. UI down 1. Lock this layer. All of you. Get you vertically. That might be it. Okay. Eight 43, 874, 5, 9, 9, 7, 9, 8. We this is okay, it's just my visual expecting to see. No, it actually snaps to the bottom. It's okay. Here's 100% or was 0 100%? Zero was 100. Okay. Let's pick a decent color for a divider. In this case, that divider will basically be rectangle. Because I don't want to put lines in between. I'm simulating what that divider color will look like. It is going to essentially cover, which is pretty much as large as the tree. Whatever is going to be this color is. Make it dark. Let's move you down. Let's do 0. Okay. That may be too dark. So I'm going to label this as, what did Godot call it? Grow guides. Grow guide. And let's pick that dark green color. Too harsh. This, maybe this. I think this is it because it gives enough color in between two main groups. When this group is expanded, then it's fine because we're already looking at something. And this is enough contrast here too. A little bit too much maybe here, but I think it's okay. So the math checks out. So meaning if we now decrease the font size, whatever magic number we come up with, it has to fit in 248 or some other number will arbitrarily pick. So one has to get along with the other number. But we are on the right track. So now I want to fix the arrow. That arrow looks ugly. So this one isn't that bad, but this one looks extremely unhappy, in my opinion. Can we do sub editing? Is this actually, this is a polygon, but can we edit the I think we can, yeah. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Because we are going to export as a graphic anyway. That was radius. And can we now move you here? This is what count. keep you triangle. Then rotate it 90 degrees. Corner smoothing is gonna mess with that. Going to be the scaling. Here or number 0. If you are going to be there, please move here. Thing. Right here. Select all this text. Move it here. Maybe 1 pixel up. Now this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this polygon. Or can we actually do it this way? Copy properties, choose this polygon or the paste. Did not like that. So I'll do it this way. In hover, duplicate this, move this under delete. I think the position information is so. Yeah, it's not relative. You have to say this one is y8 0. Surprisingly enough, that actually works like a relative, but here that's still y8. That's actually good. Okay, so I guess it kind of reframed itself. And what we will do, we will actually make another copy of this. We'll move this under pressed. Okay, delete this. It's actually going to be 8, except this is going to be, I think, 0. In this case, maybe not. Maybe that will actually change in Godot. I think this is it. Go back to the UI screen, and so we don't have that gap here too much, and everything's a little bit tidied up. Good. Let's take this text here. I think you guys are done. Don't need here. This is going to be called, this has to be a group. Going to be called this is group options. DOM names. Really DOM names. Copy paste. See, when it pastes, it actually pastes as an text here. Boy. Paste it as text. Ooh. You have to copy the text by selecting it here. Bring it. On the notepad. Paste there, select it, copy it, paste it. Okay. I think in excuse me. Here we yeah, we also have source sun pro, but regular. Source Sun Pro should have 15. I think it's supposed to be. We also need put the title. Going to be super and paste. I believe the vertical alignment is center, so let's put this here. This should actually be bold. 16. What did we do? I think this might be 18. Semi-bold 18. Maybe I'll do semi-bold 17. Yes, let's change the... Now, the text by, it's a bit feeble there. Still okay, but we can either pick a different title for that. The buy button will essentially open a marketplace menu where you will be selecting the menu to buy from. So I'll change the name to shop. That's really when you are shopping. And if I recall, because of the way the whole scaling system works, we do 84. It will keep the text okay, not horribly skewed. May go 80. And then some other information. So now what information is relevant is kind of changing by the minute. Now these two buttons, are we happy with those? The way they kind of look there, without reason why those two buttons are kind of a concern right now is because one of the things I would like to design today or tomorrow is the inventory screen. And we don't want to just throw everything in one inventory UI. You should be able to separate your items. Your tomato inventory item should be separate from your farming equipment. If everything is in one place, kind of hard to see. So we will have a more or less the same kind of view, separate things. Now, how loyal should we stay to this kind of separation is, of course, discuss that. But that's gonna have to be decided right after I get my last filled. have to give Jordan access to the commit history. Let's investigate that. Because he wants to write what he's done in camera rotation. It seems he kind of has access to. Not quite sure if something else. Let's see. It's access, is it a security issue? So actually, an important question is what is commit history? It's something I know, but very different name. Click history on the history. Oh, oh, I see. Um, but I don't think it's something you can. Okay, this is the commit. You get to see it. I think. Yeah, this is like a few commits ago. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, I think he may have already figured it out. Because the comment when I saw it was already several minutes. Old. Everything is in order. Okay. So where were we? We are now going to investigate shopping screen. Where these things will go. after stuff has been bought and put in the inventory is sort of the same topic, but maybe marketplace view is a bit of kind of in between. See, see. So at some point, I might actually have different pages so that we have a flow, like normal UI, and then this is actually the particular UI state where we market clicked, maybe planting is clicked, and we are now browsing plant options. So yeah, we'll see. If I recall, opened it in Firefox. I think I put that under virus. Google Drive. Drive. Let's check that. Definitely this folder. I had a miscellaneous spreadsheet, but I believe this was never for the marketplace. This was sort of holding the model information for, because you don't want to really like buy read drop or whatever, but it will be part of the game. Then there will be other objects like fence, house, car, part of the game data, and that's what this file is about. It's like you have a list of vegetables here. Okay, so that's done. So we won't have a miscellaneous here because you're not going to buy. So this is going to be one or the other. I think we may have a button here to show the state whether this particular thing exists in your inventory or not. If it doesn't, we'll actually show it grayed out. Let's try to stick an icon there. So far, I've been using prepick. And I think these guys separated their icons to a separate site. Can't remember the name, but I think it was flat icon. We'll figure it out. So we need some kind of icon that looks like an inventory icon. So just type inventory, see what comes up. There's the vectors or icons. Let's turn off vectors. It's this. Um, the search results used to be a lot better. I see a lot of photos instead. Like I don't want photos. See, surprisingly, when you pick icons, it actually shows more photos. When you disable it, okay, so that's kind of awkward. Let's call it inventory icon. What comes up? Um, okay, that's more like it. So where are you taking me? Adobe. So are these all sponsored by Adobe? There's usually a cutoff, like a line here. Where's the line? I'm afraid they're all sponsored by. That's not good. Let's turn on vectors. This off. Essentially, we'll at some point investigate delivery. Okay, something like this. Delivery icon free, please. We'll give attribution. Kind of like this. Free pick license. Korea, okay. We'll download this for now. We'll give attribution. Copy this. We will open what? We will open resources, credits. This is where we keep the conditions so we don't forget. Okay, good enough. Done. It's downloaded. Show in folder. We have a bunch of things. Open it. It's good enough. Let's open this in ooh. Hmm. So what I'm going to do, you cut stuff, we go into design, we have folder, extract to, okay. Need to open this with Illustrator CS6. Here's some stuff. Um, I think I'm just going to use this one. So this usually comes grouped. Control Shift G to ungroup. Then this by itself is its own group. Let's export this. It's an EPS file. Can you open EPS with Figma? Interesting. Okay, so we can do this. Copy, paste. Same problem again with transparency. Problem is when I export this, it still fucks it up. PNG, right? Contents only. When I export this, yeah, so that's the problem. It just renders it here, but it doesn't really remove. That's not good. So when we export, can you export selected? PNG, artboards. The artboard stuff, I'm not too familiar with that. Artboard. Artboard 21. Create a new artboard. You cut this, paste it into this artboard. This is the artboard 22. I clicked here, I clicked left, it's this. So this export. So all is 2. It's the file name. Sure. Transparent, okay. However, takes the whole artboard as the space. What a dumb thing then. Okay. I think good old fireworks will come to our help. Let's import this whole EPS into fireworks. Takes a bit time to understand the file, but I usually have good results. Okay, awesome. Ungroup. Okay. And I think it was Control Alt U, Alt Shift U. Single. Done. Let's pick the default one to transparent. You are going to be let's find your folder. Nope, wrong folder. We'll stick you into the same delivery icon set folder. Like that. So instead of this monstrosity, you'll just be yourself. Let's move you into Figma. See how it's done? Okay, now my next target is this. Let's have this button. Let's move you under this button. Can we do that? First of all, you're a bit big. Should be based on this button's size 31, you should be 25. So let's move you. Of course, you didn't move yourself there. Let's can we actually do that? This is a component. Am I actually destroying the component? able to select this, just the instance name it's showing. We actually inject another, and we actually do it in between. We do, but that's only the layer order. It's below this. Okay, but we cannot really inject it in here. Even if we do cuts, let's see. Essentially, I'm trying to create buttons that have icons. And just like changing the text, I want to be able to change the icon. Of course, the problem is there is no such thing as typing a text with the images, but maybe I'll be able to do this. Like, say, if this is the image that's underneath the, the root of a component, I can select this and use a different image. It's essentially changing the text. So I think I just need a icon button. Let's make one. So I think to do that, we have to go to components. And I'll label this as a text button. Can we do that here? I think, what was this? I think we could also have, this creates another variant. In their training video, I kind of remember seeing cases with icons too, no? What if I create another variant? Just practicing, okay? That this actually would have image, something like this, right? So we'll just call this icon, just a generic name. This icon will go under here. Now this auto layout is screwing everything up, that's fine, but your size will be 26, sir. Okay, we may change that, that's fine. Now for this, we will have another property. That property will be icon. I think there was a case to make something true or false. What is state 5? Oh, state 5 is okay. Trying to remember how they did that true false thing, whether something has an icon or not. So when the state is normal, but the icon is default, I think that was the name, right? I think this was true or false. That's how they did it. So this is true. Sorry. Of course, it's gonna bitch about something soon. rightly so. False. True. State 5. This is actually this should still be normal. Okay. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Let's move you guys here because this is where the madness will happen. Most likely like that. So the auto layout will push it to okay horizontal, and spacing between items is going to be when this button is expanded. It's not good. There's something to do with the text. Now we can do this, and maybe this icon is still huge. Let's make it 22. Okay. Essentially, we are duplicating this for this case, and this case. So it's like everything with the icon, right? Icon equals false. Only problem though is this, like when icon is false, it should render like this. When icon is true, it should render like this. When icon is false, yeah, this is the wrong one. So this is the false one. That is correct. This should replace this. In other words, you delete yourself, okay? You, sir, your icon is actually going to be false. Okay? You should duplicate here. Did you? I don't think that's normal. State is not normal. State is pressed. State is actually hover. And what you should do is this. Take this. Alt Control C. Alt Control V. No, Alt Control V. It's kind of it. It still screwed up the text because this is going to be Alt Control C for the text. So this is going to be 10. This is the mistake here. Let's create another variant. This one will be, let's move this guy here, this guy here, this guy here, okay? And this one is pressed. Let's make another one. Okay, okay. This one is disabled. And I'm gonna have to create a third interesting stuff. Would you? Yeah, much better. Okay. This looks like this. This doesn't look like this. Alt Control C, Alt Control V. You don't look like this. Done. Alt Control C, Alt Control V. You have to adjust your layout. Now this boy icon, that also should look like I'm gonna do because it's already much difference. So little difference. That's it. Soft light. And I wish this blended in a bit. It's not gonna do. Screen might do it, but it's going to. Soft light is gonna do. Let's try hard light. There is practically no difference though. Here, the difference is going to take it out of that. Actually merges to the background. Yeah, the color is really off actually. Here you kind of have to in the filters with the background color because it's so arbitrary, right? This is too blended. The effect we have will just make it worse. We don't really effects. No difference between these two. I'll keep it overlay for the time, for this time. Time being, yeah, overlay. Right, that's what we did. Overlay, 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 and yet this kind of looks funny because of the way the gradient actually is rendering. One thing is for sure, cannot really move this down because of the auto layout. So we are either going to change its size or we have to fix it here. So it's actually 1 from top. Why is it 1? We do 4. Interesting. The text actually looks off. That's why. Let's make it 2. It's a good compromise. 3 is sort of borderline. Okay, 3 fixes that. Let's make all of them 3. And here it's actually balanced. That's fine. So now the difficult part is coming. Ah. I have to create another variant. Actually, I should already have created this variant. Be like, okay, so it's like it's a normal state when the icon is false, but text is true. When the icon is true, text is also true. That is what we are seeing. So we need a third property, which is, see that default that is pissing me off. Why are you still there, sir? Because now you creep into everywhere here. Why are you still there? We should just label you again. Default. This default is everywhere. Text is default. No, can't we delete you? Let's label you true, false. That was my mistake. And can we not delete that? Let's add another variant. Text going to be a false value. Yeah, this is the part where okay, I think I get the hang of this. This is not really needed. I can always do that because I'm actually assigning the visual properties after the fact. The fact that this is okay or not is what's actually okay defining the states or the possibility. See, this is all true for the text. So this can either be true or false. So I should add one more. See, okay. Okay, let's do a test here. Let's duplicate you. Okay. You should be false. And when you are false, but you have icon, when you are true, you should not have this. Awesome. Now you should be false. Got this? Beautiful. You should be false. This, you should be false without this. Perfect. Now the size is what's making this flexible. We still have the default state, I think, somewhere, which is icon default, which is this. This actually has to be false. And it's actually going to fix the values here. False. False. Normal. Hover. Pressed. Yes. That. Done. When you come here, okay, so it only keeps the options that are used. This looks beautiful. Now we come here. Here's our button. says shop. I don't care. It should say icon and no text. Thank you. Here's the icon. Now let's do another little test here. Imagine we have this guy, which is going to have, what was it? Shift Alt U, Shift Alt U, single. You do this as delivery. Okay. Now delivery is going to be what? Here. First of all, this button is going to look like this. This is gonna go away, but let's keep it. This button, this image, is this image, has to be chosen from here as the awesome. Awesome. Except it looks like shit. It's cut off because okay, that makes sense because I was um this is a square thing. Here's a rectangular thing. That's only kind of like an aspect ratio issue. Can we account for that? I bet if we change this to a different image, it'll actually be okay. This, it will be fine. I think this has something to do with the fact that these things, by the way, are you in normal state? So let's make any change that we want here. So auto layout is mixed, horizontal. Icon, resizing, fixed width. What if you fill the container? Ooh, bad idea. Bad idea. Can we reset your width? Let's undo. Something is screwed up for sure. Stretch top and bottom. Okay, what if we do this? Stretch top and bottom don't. From the auto layout parent frame. Auto layout. What if you are, I see. It's as if we are almost there. Resize to fit. Ooh, no. No, 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 no. This one. It's the corner stuff. Sizing layer. And yet it says, yeah, the layout is doing it. Resizing. I feel like we got very close to what we want. None of this is relevant. Is anything here? Height set to fix for icon. And yet this kind of doesn't matter because there's only one object inside. This zero won't matter anyway. The fact that this is mixed fact space between is also not going to matter. Because when you have multiple items, it's going to be like ah. Now we know why. Constraints and resizing. Fixed position when scrolling is not, it's not a scroll issue. Hub contents. That's it. Either too small or not. Center hug. Oh, that's it. When I do this, it actually it's let's. Oh, this is still that. Fix width. Should always be centered. Two steps forward, one step backwards. Hmm. Checking a few business related messages on the side. Okay. Okay. So I still don't know why this icon is not centering itself with the auto layout. What if we don't do auto layouts? So then this guy, yeah, it doesn't have that hug option. And I see, okay. So it's basically stretched out. But it also kind of screwed up itself too, like this one. This, do this. Yeah, the whole thing's off anyway. Oh, by the way, I changed the dimensions. Okay. Just close yourself, man. Yeah, you are not exactly centered. This, center. But that's what that auto layout does. Because when you turn this on, let's see, for layout grid, just the layout grids. Okay, auto layout, that does it. Only problem is when this icon is not square, that's when we have the problem. So this works just fine. When we have a different icon, this is actually okay. This is the normal true false case, okay? Which is here. Normal true false case. Now when we swap this icon with another image, that's when things go crazy. Because instead of filling, they actually fit. Okay, that may actually be okay. Okay, so that was an interesting trial and error case. So beautiful, most beautiful. So that was actually a custom thing, right? I don't want to pick that every single time. I think we should just do that in here in fit option, so it will be fit. We may have to do that for these, but we'll see. When the need arises, I'll take care of it. Okay, most awesome. Done. Saved. Auto saves my work. Good. Let's do 0, zoom out. Now, what I'm trying to do essentially is this. Hmm. Um, of course, this icon is essentially going to be the inventory icon. That's if this button is disabled, it's going to look like this. Yeah, a lot will change here. We'll see. I may even make those icons as components. They kind of come with a name. Or for the time being, I'll just choose them from the hard drive because those files will essentially go into the game engine to create these buttons anyway. So I won't be exporting these one by one. That's fine. I think this is good enough. Let's move on to the uh, market screen, shopping screen. Are we the most tidy here? We are kind of. Let's group these 5 things. Let's call these. Call these guys. Essentially, these are core buttons. Decided we don't know. These 2 are opening because. Okay. We will need. We will need. Let's group this bad boy to this. We have this one, this, 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 and of course these 2 all together, and perhaps these 2 buttons as well. You should be grouped. You are the markets. Essentially, that's kind of like browsing options. We have a line 3 here. You should be under market. You are now there. Okay, that's it. We have core buttons, market, game area as a disabled background image. Now, from the market view, I think I want to duplicate this. Let's move it here. You are going to be called shop. Now here we are shopping for a particular item. I have to Inside a lot of things here. We need to see the list of manufacturers. Sure. Okay. Some business stuff. So say we click the super Italian paste and now we are trying to shop. So something like this text should actually stay there. That's fine. Let's ungroup this thing so we can actually click them freely. This sort of button will not be here. Let's just move it out of the way. Maybe we'll need some buttons. So we need to see manufacturers. I believe at some point I was designing company logos, right? Um, which was for a different game. It was for microgreen game. Images, logos, companies. Let's select Bulk Boy. Bulk Boy is a company. Copy image. Come here, paste it. It's pasted with. Whoa! So undo, undo. I don't think this image was that big. Copy. What the? Oh, I know why. Because it selected game area as the should not be selected. Your I see. I think it's selected it here in the hierarchy up here. Okay, when you paste it, okay, it used that area as a frame, so it actually stretched it out to fill the frame. Now we know why. So don't freak out. Don't panic, Bulk Boy. Let's pick one from the bottom. Windmill Farm. Okay, why not? So I just have to clear my selection so I don't accident. And something like Good House. We'll probably change this. Pick something else. Home Farmer. Bit more different. Tiny ones. That's okay. Now, happens that the size of those logos look decent enough. I think the auto layout was a useful feature. What if I actually make a panel, the component for panel? Should indeed do that. It's this plus this. You turn into a component. Create a component. You should move yourself to. This is like a panel. We can pick the name of the panel to be more precise later because I think we did that for these buttons too, right? Picked group options. Yeah, because we had like what was it though? Oh, button for buttons. I think I picked them as text button. Okay, so it actually labels them properly. We may have to make these white. Let's see. Can I just anyway? I have to move this component to yeah, just a simple panel. Move yourself to components page. Go here. We are going to handle you here. Where are you? There. Can we, for now, make this effect? Can we kind of fill this? Fill, not linear, solid, some kind of effect. Kind of fancy that. I can always do that in the other application too. You are right. What if we move you up and down? Solid versus this. So I think it's not okay. This is the blend mode. Fuck it. That's not today's concern. This is today's concern. Auto layout. So I believe between these two things we had 6 pixels, no, 12, 6 pixels padding. Okay. So we are going to have this as auto layout. Interesting enough, it kind of did exactly what I thought it should. It repurposed the green background as the root of panel. It kept the white rectangle by keeping all the paddings because there's only one thing here. It's sort of automatically centered everything or whatever. It just kept its dimensions. Question though, can when we do this, if everything is going to be right or not, that's what we are trying. So this actually should be like this. Perfect. Now we can actually have any panel size we want. Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't think panel has a state yet. May never have. Let's go back to our design. We will bring in panel. That panel will be like this. We can actually do anything we want with. Perfect. Now We may have something like this. What is that shortcut that brings it down in the order? Object, bring, send backward, control something, control this. Sure. We will most likely need something like this, so I'm ungrouping it. This will be the divider, most likely. This. Okay. Thinking. I don't think we need to repeat the description here. I think one crucial thing I might be forgetting for this browse search option, but I think I could squeeze that search option here. Will kind of filter this area. Okay. Let's move you out of the way. This shop button will most likely be called order. Because we'll be ordering things. But if I remember my design here, did I keep the design file here? Some quality commit notes you can see. I think that might be in another Figma file. Microgreen design file. Markets. Suppliers. Because I thought of having quantity and availability, and you kind of make a shopping list and then you order. That was the idea. Now, this is the most compact view. Like this actually packs the item information as well as supplier information. Um, Before you get to this screen, you still kind of browse things though. Like in our case, this is the screen we have. This is the UI element we have at the bottom. So when you want to shop for a particular item, you click, which takes you to this view where you read the item description. Here, this item description is already handled in the market view for in this area. Because this game had different concerns. It was about nutrition. So you had to filter the best nutrition value, that sort of stuff. But I think this part is still valid. When I came up with this ETA idea, ETA is actually this soybean sprouts delivered. Yeah, because we don't need to break it down further by the size. It takes 5 days to bring 100 grams. It should take 5 days to bring 200, 2,000 grams. Simplified, realistic enough game, but it will be too granular to come up with a different ETA for each order size. I think the advantage will be if the price is higher from this company, ETA may be short. That may be the determining factor. So we need ETA option. I think I may just take this whole section. These numbers have to be right aligned. See, see. Then we get to see the past orders. Take this over and investigate what we can do. We'll have all this information here plus this, which is we may have a disclaimer like this too. Let's copy this. See, okay. Come here. Paste it. Bulk boy. Let's group here. Group you. We did group you. Something doesn't look quite okay because the background is different. It's fine. Here, everything has been important. I think this thing has clip content on somewhere because this is this mask group. Okay, it's mask. That's why cut off, and then because I was trying to simulate the roll bar. That's fine. Just need to see the okay. There are some food options for dinner. When it arrives, I'll see how I'll continue or finish for the day. We have roughly 40 minutes. Thinking in the meantime, still go for the gram option. Now, for some of these items in the market, they will be units. Could buy 2 buckets that kind. This interface will not make any sense for sure. We may have a different layout. Already have something in mind. I think most of the time you'll be buying eats. Can we this group? We make let's select the inner part. This fill that. Double click. This double click. Can we make you darker? The most likely selected you, you, you. Now, if we move you here, so we said don't really need this. Okay. Select you, you, group you, move you out of the way. There's the vertical slider, which maybe let's move you here. Other things. Super Italian pace may be important. Here, I actually like this design because it got rid of all the title issues. Now I have to figure out where to put this title, which is like, well, I'll take some space somewhere, right? Something like this. Super Italian pace is just hanging out. Fine. Essentially this. Yeah, the cat subject. I forget to. I think I accidentally into the group, cut it out. Hmm. Another 15 minutes, I think I'll for the day. It's enough. I've been streaming for the last 5 hours. I think today's major discovery is the fact that I now know how you can create multiple versions of a button with or without icons. We also use the same technique to create this tree item and headers. Came up with this panel thing. So component model works just fine. So we'll now move faster with iterations. Because now I'm thinking each one of these could be a component. Okay, because I'll be having sorry, having maybe one of these lines. This kind of looks like a special area, but the image plus the lines could be wrapped inside, so like a component of a component. Let's, at the very least, let's actually do this because I think we will always have something like available or not available, right? Something like this. So here is something I'll copy. We go into component. This is essentially another page where we have this is just a variant, right? Because when you click the variant, it's there. You could easily turn this into another variant. This is what I'll do. Paste this here. You are not a component yet, sir. We'll ungroup you. We will get rid of. Okay, you are a component now. You are now. Okay, so this is actually availability. Sense the typo there. 19 by 19. Now you need a variant. Variant is going to be either true or false. Now, your property name will be, its default will be, property name will be, where do we adjust? Under the false, let's stick this here. It's not going to show available. Ooh. It's zero in. Perfect. Available true, available. Now let's go back to the UI. Let's call in an asset. Availability, use availability. It's available. It's like this. If it's not, at least do it. Loving this. Soon I'm finishing. Yeah, purely feeding for everybody. I suppose you want to be really particular about how we design this interface. as close to the game as possible, you may put in all the logos, create a component that renders only the correct logo with the text. So it's like it's Fresh Start Company, this logo. So you have more than two options, like false or true, but then the string name is actually pulling the right layer. This guy. But yeah, I'll just go crazy about that. See where this is going. Because here's right aligned text. It's just text. Here's either left aligned or center aligned. So essentially like a text. And I think I could combine these two cases. I'll create a fresh component. Going to be just text. Do it. $100. Or Sun Pro bold. Maybe regular theme. We'll fuss with this later. Color may always change. Pick the color too. I think I already decided the color. Okay. You should be a component. And your component's name will be text component. Sound. This will have variants. Now a variant in this case could be false or true. You may say, well, what does it mean? The default case or not. Let's pick the property first, then I'll tell you what that true or false means. If it's a currency, then it will be right aligned. If it's not, it will be left aligned. So I think in the true case, which is this has to be right aligned. Of course, that's really all it does. Because when we look here, that's really all that matters. Now let's test this. Full text. Here's the text. You can actually put 1000. I think I used double click. Now I'm text. So now this could be comma. Let's copy paste this. Say, this might be like $598. Oh, it doesn't really look like. Oh, this actually copied the text. Oh, yeah, it copied the text itself. So duplicate this. Let's edit the 198. 508. Now the component itself could either be a currency or not. So this is what I mean. It's like the currency. This is not. Thing is, it may not look much, but when you click and change the text, where this text grows, it's gonna grow to the right. This one, you type, is gonna grow to the left. That's the beauty of it. So then once everything here is already aligned in itself, then I'm typing, let's say, duplicate this 4 times. Let's move one of them up. Select all this plus, minus this. Let's do vertical or tidy up. Ooh, no, not vertical spacing. Done. Okay. If I come here and say, need this to be $350, $350. Done. I'm coming here and saying 199. Beautiful. This one is going to be 49. Whereas the other ones, duplicate 2, 3, this here. You deselect this. Now this can be just 100. 2,000. 5,000. Done. These two areas are quickly doing this area's job. And I think on that note, it's time to finalize the stream. So tomorrow I'll most likely continue this work. I need to do the shopping screen. I can also do maybe order status, also maybe inventory, because now we're able to decorate things more freely. Hopefully we'll just move faster. Have a good Friday.